Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deepest forges of Moria, where the very stones whispered ancient secrets, Master Blacksmith Grim Ironfist worked tirelessly at his anvil. The rhythmic ring of his hammer echoed through chambers carved by generations before him. But today, each strike carried a note of desperation. His younger brother, Thorin, stood motionless beside him, no longer flesh and blood, but a perfect statue of gleaming obsidian. The transformation had happened in an instant. One moment, Thorin had been laughing, sharing tales of his latest mining expedition. The next, darkness had crept across his skin like frost on a winter morning, leaving behind only this haunting sculpture of black glass. It was the third such transformation that week, and whispers of an ancient curse echoed through the halls of the Mountain Kingdom. Grim's workshop, usually alive with the bustle of apprentices and the glow of molten metal, stood empty now. Few dared venture near those struck by the curse, fearing contamination. But Grim knew better. He had seen the truth in ancient texts hidden in the deepest archives. This was no mere curse, but a containment spell cast by their ancestors. And now, somehow, it was failing. Late that night, as Grim pored over forbidden scrolls by candlelight, a shadow detached itself from the darkness of his workshop. "Your brother's condition can be reversed," came a voice like silk sliding over steel. "But the price may be more than you're willing to pay." The speaker emerged into the light, an elf, but unlike any Grim had seen before. Her skin was the color of twilight, her hair white as mithril, and her eyes held the depth of abandoned mine shafts. She called herself Nightshade, a name that caused the very air to shiver. "The dark elves are supposed to be a myth," Grim growled, reaching for his hammer. "Just as the curse that turns dwarves to obsidian was supposed to be a myth." Nightshade's smile held no warmth. "Your ancestors didn't craft that spell alone, Master Ironfist. They had help." In the days that followed, Grim found himself descending into levels of Moria that had been sealed for millennia. Nightshade moved through the darkness like a ghost, leading him past ancient wards and through forgotten passages. With each step deeper, more of the terrible truth emerged. The curse had been created during the Age of Shadow, when something ancient and malevolent had stirred in the depths of the earth. The dwarves, allied with the dark elves out of desperate necessity, had forged a magical barrier to contain it. The obsidian transformations were never meant to be a curse, they were a defense mechanism, turning those who ventured too close to the barrier into additional seals. But now the barrier was weakening, and the defense spell was activating randomly throughout the kingdom, turning innocent dwarves into obsidian statues as it tried desperately to reinforce failing seals. As they ventured deeper, they found more signs of the awakening evil shadows that moved against the light, whispers and languages that made the stones crack, and always the spreading tendrils of obsidian creeping up the walls like dark vines. In a vast chamber deep beneath the lowest mines, they found the heart of it all. An ancient altar of black stone stood at the center, surrounded by thousands of obsidian statues, not dwarves, but warriors of every race, frozen in poses of battle from some ancient conflict. At the altar's center rested a single crystal that pulsed with a sickly light. "The Heartstone," Nightshade whispered, "the focal point of the barrier spell. It's failing." Before Grim could respond, movement caught his eye. From the shadows emerged a figure he knew all too well, Duran Blackhammer, the kingdom's master of secrets, who had disappeared months ago when the first transformations began. "I wondered who would find their way down here," Duran said, his voice carrying an echo that wasn't quite natural. "The dark elves were supposed to remain neutral. Nightshade, the compact was broken when you tried to harness its power," Nightshade replied, drawing a blade that seemed made of solidified darkness. The truth crashed over Grim like an avalanche. Duran had discovered the barrier and attempted to tap into the ancient evil's power, weakening the seals in the process. The curse wasn't failing, it was fighting back against deliberate sabotage. The battle that followed shook the very foundations of Moria. Duran, enhanced by dark powers, proved a fearsome opponent. But Grim had not spent centuries at the forge without learning the true nature of metals and minerals. As Nightshade kept Duran occupied with her shadowy blade work, Grim began to sing not a battle song, but an ancient forging chant. The obsidian statues around them began to resonate with his voice. They weren't just seals. He realized they were a battery, storing the combined power and sacrifice of thousands of warriors over the centuries. As his chant reached its crescendo, the statues began to crack, releasing their stored energy. Duran screamed in rage and fear as the chamber filled with ancient power. The heartstone pulsed brighter and brighter until its light became blinding. When it faded, Duran lay unconscious. The dark power purged from his body. The barrier had been restored, stronger than ever, sealed with the willing sacrifice of generations of warriors. In the days that followed, those transformed by the curse gradually returned to flesh, including Thorin. The dark elves emerged from their sealed halls to renew ancient alliances, and new passages were opened between their realms and Moria. Grim returned to his forge, but he was changed. His works now incorporated techniques learned from the dark elves, creating items of power that combined the strengths of both peoples. The Chamber of Statues remained sealed, but not forgotten, a reminder that the greatest victories often come not through fighting alone, but through understanding the true nature of what we fear. And sometimes on quiet nights, if one listens carefully near Grim's forge, they might hear two voices singing, one deep as the mountains, one soft as shadow, as dwarf and dark elf work together to forge wonders that neither could create alone. While far below, ancient evils sleep behind barriers strengthened by sacrifice and understanding. Story 2, deep within the heart of Moria, where ancient stone halls stretched like veins through the living mountain, the eternal forges had burned without cease for 10,000 years. Their sacred flames, fed by the legendary hammer of Moradin, cast dancing shadows across walls adorned with runes of power and tales of glory. But on this day, as Princess Thorina Brunzeberd stood before the great forge, something was terribly wrong. The flames that had once roared like dragons now whispered like dying embers. The hammer of Moradin, suspended in its cradle of mithril and diamond, pulsed with a weakening light. Its legendary glow, which had guided generations of dwarven crafters to create wonders beyond imagination, was fading like the last stars before dawn. Thorina's calloused hands gripped the forge's railings, her golden bronze beard glinting in the weakening light. At merely 200 years old, she was young for a dwarven royal, but the weight of responsibility already sat heavy on her broad shoulders. Her father, King Drugan the Wise, lay in his chambers, stricken by a mysterious illness that seemed to mirror the hammer's decline. "The signs cannot be ignored any longer, my princess," whispered Balder Truthsayer, the ancient keeper of lore. His white beard brushed the floor as he bowed his head. "The prophecy speaks of this day when the hammer's light dims. Only the breath of the crystal dragons can rekindle its flame." Thorina's grip tightened until her knuckles whitened. The crystal dragons, legendary enemies of the dwarven people, who had retreated to the forbidden ice mountains after the Great War 3 millennia ago. To even suggest treating with them was enough to spark a riot in the grand halls of Moria. Yet as she watched another forge sputter and die, Tharina knew there was no choice. Without the hammer's power, the protective wards of Moria would fail. The great forges would cool, and with them, the heart of Dwarven civilization would cease to beat. That night, in the secret chambers beneath the throne room, Tharina studied the ancient maps with Baldur. The path to the Ice Mountains would take her through the Shadow Deep, tunnels so old they predated the kingdom itself. As they plotted her course, a shadow moved in the doorway. Planning a journey, dear cousin? The voice belonged to Morgrim Steelfist, her father's nephew and captain of the Royal Guard. His dark eyes glinted like polished obsidian in the lamplight. Before Tharina could respond, the warning bells began to toll throughout the kingdom. Another forge had gone dark, and with it, a section of the defensive wards protecting the lower halls. The timing was too perfect to be coincidence. The next morning, Tharina departed with only her trusted shield-bearer, Kara Stoneheart, at her side. They slipped away through the guild tunnels while the kingdom's attention was focused on the failing forges. As they descended into the Shadow Deep, Tharina couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The journey through the ancient tunnels tested every skill they possessed. They navigated paths that hadn't felt Dwarven boots in centuries, crossed chasms on bridges of questionable stability, and evaded cave trolls that had grown to monstrous size in the darkness. All the while, the temperature dropped until their breaths frosted in the air before them. On the seventh day, they reached the boundary of the Crystal Dragon's domain. Massive ice formations rose like cathedral spires, and the walls gleamed with embedded diamonds larger than Dwarven shields. Here, they found their first sign that something was terribly wrong. A young crystal dragon lay dead, its magnificent form shattered like glass. Around it, tracks in the frost told a story of struggle and of Dwarven boots. Recent tracks. We're not the first to come this way, Kara whispered, her hand on her warhammer. They followed the tracks deeper into the ice caves, eventually reaching a vast chamber where the remaining crystal dragons made their roost. But instead of the hostile reception they had expected, they found the dragons in retreat, defending themselves against a group of Dwarven warriors led by none other than Morgrim Steelfist. "Cousin," he called out when he spotted them. "How fortunate you've arrived to witness our triumph. These beasts have hoarded the power that rightfully belongs to our people. With their essence, we can forge a new hammer, one that answers to us alone." The truth crashed over Tharina like an avalanche. The hammer wasn't failing, it was being drained, its power siphoned away by dark magic. Morgrim hadn't just followed them. He had used them to find the way while his forces took a different route. But as she watched the crystal dragons, Tharina saw not the monsters of legend, but magnificent creatures fighting for survival. Their crystalline scales refracted the ice cave's light into thousands of rainbow patterns, and their eyes held wisdom that spoke of ages past. In that moment, Tharina made her choice. She raised her war axe not against the dragons, but against her own kin. "The prophecy speaks truth," she declared, her voice echoing through the chamber. "But you misunderstand it, cousin. The dragon's breath isn't meant to be taken, it must be freely given." The battle that followed would be sung of for generations. Tharina and Kara fought back to back against Morgrim's forces, while the crystal dragons used their frost breath to defend their unexpected allies. As the fight reached its climax, the eldest dragon, a behemoth named Crystallis, recognized the truth in Tharina's heart and made a decision that would reshape the relationship between their peoples forever. When the dust settled and Morgrim lay in chains, Crystallis approached Tharina. In a voice like ice crystals chiming in the wind, the dragon spoke of ancient days when dwarves and dragons had worked together to forge the very foundations of the mountain kingdoms. The hammer's failing wasn't a crisis, it was an opportunity to renew that long-forgotten alliance. Tharina returned to Moria not just with the freely given breath of the crystal dragons, but with a new understanding of her people's history. As she used their gift to rekindle the hammer's light, the flames that burst forth burned with unprecedented brilliance, tinged with the rainbow hues of dragonfire. King Drugan recovered as the hammer's power was restored, but it was Thorina who had truly been transformed by the journey. She had ventured forth seeking to save her kingdom's power, and found instead its heart, the courage to question old hatreds and the wisdom to forge new bonds. In the years that followed, crystal dragons would once again be seen in the halls of Moria, their scales gleaming in the light of the eternal forges. And if one looked closely at the new runes carved into the walls, they told not of enemies vanquished, but of friendship forged stronger than mithril in the fires of adversity. Story 3. The coronation chamber of Moria gleamed with the light of 1,000 crystal lamps, their radiance reflecting off walls inlaid with precious gems and ancient runes. Queen Regent Helga Mithril-Heart stood before the sacred throne, her silver-streaked hair adorned with bands of platinum and diamond, yet her heart was as heavy as the mountain itself. 3 months had passed since King Thorin Trueforge had ventured into the deepest mines and vanished without a trace. The ancient coronation ritual should have been simple, the placement of the crown of ages upon her head, while the protective runes of the kingdom pulsed with power. But as the high priest raised the crown, the runes on the chamber walls flickered like dying embers. The crown, when placed upon her head, felt cold as ice rather than thrumming with the warm power it had always radiated in her presence. That night, as she walked the royal halls alone, she found herself drawn to a forgotten chamber deep within the mountain's heart. There, covered in centuries of dust, stood an ancient golem, its crystalline form dark and dormant. Unlike the crude constructs that patrolled the kingdom's outer defenses, this one was crafted with extraordinary detail, more artwork than weapon. As Helga approached, her mithril pendant, Thorin's last gift, to her began to glow. The golem's eyes flickered to life, casting a soft blue light across the chamber. When it spoke, its voice was like grinding crystals, yet carried the weight of ages. "Queen of the present," it intoned, "seeker of truth, do you wish to know what lies beneath the crown you bear?" The golem, which called itself Memoriam, was a keeper of histories, not the glorified tales sung in the great halls, but the true records of Moria's founding. Through its crystalline memory, Helga witnessed visions of the past, the first kings of the dwarves making dark pacts with entities that dwelled in the deeper dark, trading pieces of their souls for power and knowledge. The crown itself was more than a symbol, it was a conduit, drawing power from these ancient agreements to fuel the kingdom's protective wards. But the entities had grown restless, demanding the fulfillment of promises made millennia ago. As Helga delved deeper into the mystery with Memoriam's guidance, strange events began plaguing the kingdom. The great forges cooled despite endless supplies of fuel. Ancient doors sealed for generations creaked open of their own accord. And throughout the depths, whispers echoed in a language that made the very stones shudder. The truth revealed itself piece by piece. The first kings had promised the entities not gold or gems, but successors' royal souls to join their court in the deep darkness. Every few generations, a ruler would vanish into the mines, fulfilling the ancient pact and renewing the kingdom's power. Thorin's disappearance was no accident, it was his sacrifice, meant to maintain the magic that protected their people. But something had gone wrong. The entities were no longer satisfied with single souls. They wanted to claim the entire royal line, and through them, all of Moria. With Memoriam's help, Helga discovered that her husband was not dead, but transformed, made into a prince of the deep court. The mithril pendant he had given her was his attempt to warn her, imbued with enough of his remaining humanity to lead her to the golem and the truth. Against the advice of her counselors, Helga descended into the deepest mines, where the boundary between mountain and mystery blurred. Memoriam accompanied her, its crystalline form lighting their way through tunnels older than the kingdom itself. In a vast cavern far below the lowest mines, they found them the Court of Shadows, where entities of living darkness sat upon thrones of crystallized time. And among them, transformed but still recognizable, sat Thorin. His beard had become living shadow, his eyes pools of infinite depth, yet when he saw Helga, something of his old self stirred. The entities demanded she take her place among them, to complete the collection of royal souls they had gathered over millennia. But Helga had not come to surrender. Drawing upon Memoriam's knowledge and her own wisdom, she challenged the ancient pact itself. The original agreement had been made by kings who thought only of power, but she offered something the entities had never considered: partnership instead of servitude. She proposed a new pact, one that would allow the entities to experience the world above through mutual cooperation, rather than stolen souls. The negotiation that followed lasted days, with Thorin's fate hanging in the balance. In the end, a new agreement was forged. The entities would release their hold on the royal souls and maintain their protection of Moria, in exchange for the creation of special crystals that would allow them to share in the experiences and achievements of the Dwarven people. Thorin was restored, though his eyes would forever hold a hint of shadow. The other trapped souls were freed, their wisdom and experiences returning to enrich the kingdom's knowledge. The crown's power was transformed, no longer drawing from dark pacts, but from the mutual understanding between the surface and depths. Helga and Thorin ruled together thereafter, their kingdom entering a new age of enlightenment and discovery. Memoriam remained as their advisor, its crystalline memory now recording a different kind of history, one where wisdom prevailed over power and understanding over fear. Deep below, the Court of Shadows watched through their crystals as Dwarven civilization flourished, learning to appreciate the warmth and light they had once sought to extinguish. And in the great halls above, new runes were carved alongside the old, telling not of conquest and sacrifice, but of transformation and the courage to question even the most ancient of traditions. The throne room of Moria still gleams with the light of 1,000 lamps, but now shadows dance among the brilliance, not as threats, but as reminders that true strength lies not in power alone, but in the wisdom to forge new paths when old ways no longer serve. Story 4. In the heart of the great mountain fortress of Moria, General Balin Werex stood frozen before the ancient spirit forge, where the very essence of the mountain manifested in swirling patterns of ghostly fire. The flame shapes before him coalesced into a terrifying vision, countless shadow creatures climbing through the depths, their twisted forms defying description, approaching from all directions like a tide of darkness. 3 days, whispered the mountain spirit, its voice resonating through the stone itself. 3 days until they breach the final seal. Only the combined power of the 3 artifacts can prevent the fall of Moria. Balin's weathered hand tightened around the hilt of his warhammer. The 3 artifacts, the Crown of Dawn, the Hammer of Twilight, and the Shield of Midnight, had been divided among the 3 great clans centuries ago, after a devastating civil war. Now, those same clans barely acknowledged each other's existence. Without waiting for dawn, Balin gathered his most trusted warriors, Kira Swiftstep, a master of mountain paths, and Thorin Runweaver, whose knowledge of ancient lore was unmatched. Their first destination would be the halls of the Iron Fist clan, keepers of the Crown of Dawn. The journey to the eastern halls was treacherous. The deeper tunnels had become unstable, with strange shadows flickering at the edge of their lantern light. When they finally reached the Iron Fist's domain, they found not the hostile reception they expected, but halls eerily empty save for signs of recent battle. Lord Durgath Ironfist, once proud and unbending, now sat in his throne room surrounded by wounded warriors. The Crown of Dawn, which should have blazed with golden light, barely flickered. "The shadows came testing our defenses 2 nights ago," he said, his voice heavy with defeat. "We thought our isolation was strength. We were wrong." Balin explained the mountain spirit's vision, and for the first time in centuries, an Iron Fist lord listened to counsel from outside their clan. The crown of dawn was entrusted to their care, its weakened light a reminder of how far the Dwarven people had fallen from their former unity. The journey to the western halls of the Stormbeard clan proved even more harrowing. Entire passages had been consumed by crystalline growths that seemed to pulse with dark energy. They found the Stormbeards in the midst of evacuation, their legendary forges cold and silent. Lady Helga Stormbeard, her silver-streaked beard adorned with runes of protection, had already seen the signs. The Hammer of Twilight, symbol of her clan's power, had begun striking phantom blows against an unseen enemy. The mountain itself fights against something in the deep, she said. We can feel it through the hammer's connection to the stone, but as they discussed combining the artifact's power, centuries of mistrust surfaced. Ancient accusations flew, old wounds reopened. It was Kira who finally broke through the tension by sharing what she'd seen in the deeper tunnel's evidence, that the ancient civil war had been orchestrated by the same dark force, now threatening to emerge. The final clan, the Deep Shields, proved the most challenging to reach. Their southern halls lay through passages now completely overtaken by shadow. They arrived to find the clan in battle formation around their sacred vault, the Shield of Midnight hovering in a field of protective energy. Lord Grim Deepshield's initial hostility melted into grim understanding when Balin showed him a runic tablet discovered in their journey, proof that the three artifacts had once been a single tool of power, deliberately broken to weaken the Dwarven people's ability to resist the darkness below. As the three clan leaders gathered in the Spirit Forge with their artifacts, the truth of their history unveiled itself in the ghostly flames. The Civil War had been orchestrated by an ancient entity known as the Shadow Mind, which had spent centuries slowly corrupting the bonds between the clans, preparing for this moment of weakness. With barely hours remaining before the Shadow Army's emergence, the three leaders faced a choice: attempt to reunite the artifacts, knowing the process could fail and destroy them, or try to fight with their powers separate, but intact. In the end, it wasn't the leaders who made the choice, but their heirs. Young warriors from each clan stepped forward, having formed bonds during the journey that transcended their elders' prejudices. Their combined touch triggered something in the artifacts, a recognition of shared blood and purpose that began to break down the artificial barriers between them. The reunion of the artifacts released a wave of power that shook the mountain to its foundations. As the Shadow Army breached the final seal, they found not divided clans fighting separately, but a unified force wielding a power not seen since the kingdom's founding. The battle that followed would be sung of for generations. The combined artifact, now known as the Trinity Star, blazed with the light of all three clans' strengths: the crown's wisdom, the hammer's force, and the shield's protection. The shadow creatures, creatures of division and discord, could not stand before such unified power. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and the mountain's deep places were cleansed, the three clans faced another choice. The Trinity Star could be separated again, returning to the old ways, or they could forge a new path together. The decision was made not in grand halls or on ancient thrones, but in the simple places where dwarves gathered to work and live. Forges that had worked separately for centuries now shared fire and knowledge. Guard posts were staffed by warriors of all clans. Children played in halls that had been forbidden to their parents. Balin watched it all from the Spirit Forge, where the mountain's ghost now showed visions not of darkness, but of a future bright with possibility. The true victory, he realized, had not been over the Shadow Army, but over the darkness of distrust that had lived in their own hearts. The Trinity Star remained whole, no longer a weapon of war, but a symbol of unity, its light illuminating a new chapter in the history of Moria, one written together by all three clans, their strengths combined, their ancient wounds finally healing in the warmth of reconciliation. Story 5. Deep within the secret forges of Moria, where ancient fires burned with memories of the First Age, young Dissa Silverhand worked tirelessly at her anvil, Her hands, marked with a rare birthmark that seemed to shimmer like liquid metal, danced across molten materials with supernatural grace. Tonight, she was attempting something never before achieved in the history of Dwarven metallurgy. The new alloy flowed like quicksilver but hardened stronger than mithril, with swirling patterns that caught light and transformed it into mesmerizing displays of color. Master Thorgrim, her mentor and the kingdom's most respected forge master, had called it impossible. Yet here it was, defying the very laws of metal and magic that had governed their craft for millennia. But triumph turned to terror when she found Master Thorgrim the next morning in his private study. His body stood frozen in mid-motion, transformed into living stone, his face locked in an expression of revelation and fear. On his desk lay an ancient tome, open to a page filled with prophecies written in the old script. One passage stood out, its words seeming to shimmer like Dis's newborn alloy. When silver flows like water's song, and metal bends to maiden's will, the Titan's chains will not hold long. And ancient debts demand their fill. As Dissa read these words, the great forges of Moria began to pulse with an unsettling rhythm, like the heartbeat of something vast and ancient stirring from slumber. The metals in her workshop responded, trembling and flowing of their own accord. The kingdom's master smiths gathered in emergency council, their long beards braided with runes of office glinting in the forge light. Among them was Grim Shadowhammer, whose dark eyes seemed to hold secrets deeper than the mountain itself. The signs cannot be ignored, Grim declared, his voice resonating with authority. The prophecies speaks of the Titan Forge, a power our ancestors sealed away in the time before. This girl's gift could be the key to either our salvation or our doom, but as the council debated, more artisans throughout the kingdom began turning to stone. Each victim was found near ancient texts or artifacts, as if knowledge itself had become deadly. A pattern emerged. They were all members of a secret society of master craftsmen who called themselves the Keepers of the Deep Law. Dissa found herself working alongside Nori Truthseeker, a young lore master whose family had maintained hidden archives for generations. Together, they discovered that the Titans weren't just myths, they were primordial entities of creation, who had taught the first dwarves the secrets of metalworking. But their power had proven too great, too dangerous to control. The truth lay in the deepest archives, where records spoke of a great betrayal. The dwarves had used their newly gained knowledge to forge chains that bound the Titans in eternal slumber, transforming them into the very mountains within which their descendants now dwelled. The petrification of the master smiths wasn't a curse, it was a defense mechanism, triggering in those who came too close to rediscovering the Titan's secrets. But Dissa's gift was different. Her silver hands weren't just a birthmark, they were a sign that the Titan's power had awakened in mortal form. Each piece she forged resonated with their ancient magic, unconsciously weakening their chains. The crisis came to a head when tremors began shaking the kingdom. Deep below, something massive was stirring. The Council of Master Smiths split into factions, some wanting to seal away all knowledge of the ancient crafts, others seeking to harness the awakening power for themselves. In the midst of this chaos, Dissa made a shocking discovery. The markings on her hands matched patterns in the oldest forge runes, telling not of imprisonment, but of partnership. The first dwarves hadn't betrayed the Titans, they had worked together with them to seal away something even more dangerous, an entity of pure destruction that sought to unmake creation itself. With this knowledge, Dissa realized her gift wasn't meant to break the Titans' chains, but to forge a new understanding with them. In the deepest forge chamber of Moria, where the very first anvil still stood, she began an unprecedented work. Using her unique connection to metal and magic, she created a masterpiece that merged the old ways with the new, a bridge between mortal craft and Titan power. As she worked, the petrified masters began to revert to flesh, their knowledge no longer a threat, but a crucial part of the solution. The great work took 3 days and nights. The finished creation was a set of runes that flowed like living metal, telling a story of cooperation rather than conquest. When activated, they resonated with the same frequency as the mountain's heartbeat, transforming the ancient bindings into conduits of shared power. Deep within the mountain, the Titans stirred not in rage, but in recognition. The ground settled, and the forges blazed with renewed purpose. Through Dis's work, a new age of crafting began in Moria, one where the wisdom of the Titans flowed freely, but safely through properly forged channels. The kingdom's smiths learned to work with this power rather than against it, creating wonders that honored both Dwarven tradition and Titan creativity. Dis's silver hands became a symbol not of doom but of renewal, marking her as a bridge between the ancient powers and the future of their craft. In the years that followed, the deep places of Moria rang with the sound of hammers striking in harmony with the mountain's pulse. The Titans, though still bound, shared their knowledge willingly through the conduits Dissa had forged. Her impossible alloy became the first of many new materials that combined mortal skill with primordial power. And in the greatest forge hall, where apprentices now learned both the old ways and the new, a statue stood not of petrified flesh, but of gleaming metal crafted by grateful hands. It showed a young dwarf woman with silver hands raised in creation, her work bridging the gap between past and future, between power and wisdom, between the deep law and the living craft. Story 6. Deep beneath the iron-spined mountains, where ancient halls echoed with the rhythmic symphony of hammers striking anvils, Master Smith Dargrim Mithril Hammer felt the change before he saw it. The sacred fires of the first forge, burning continuously for 1,000 years, flickered with an unnatural purple hue. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of corrupted magic, a scent that made his silver-streaked beard bristle. For generations, the Dwarven smiths of Khazad Mor had crafted legendary weapons and artifacts in these hallowed chambers, but never had Dargrim witnessed such an ominous sign. As he approached the massive forge, its runes pulsing with erratic energy, a cold wind swept through the chamber impossible, given they were leagues below the surface. The warning bells began to toll across the underground city, just as Dargrim discovered the breach. Ancient seals, carved with protective runes by the first kings themselves, lay shattered around the forge. In the darkness beyond, he glimpsed something that made his blood run cold, the unmistakable silhouette of King Morgath, the last monarch of the Third Dynasty who had died 3 centuries ago. The Lich King's hollow laughter echoed through the chamber as spectral hands began weaving dark magic into the forge's sacred flames. "Your ancestors' craft shall serve a greater purpose," the creature spoke, its voice like grinding stones. "An army of enchanted constructs, bound to my will, shall reclaim what was stolen from me." Dargrim watched in horror as the corrupted forge began producing twisted automatons, mockeries of dwarven craftsmanship infused with necromantic energy. He knew then that he faced a threat beyond the strength of Khazad Mor's armies alone. Breaking centuries of tradition, Dargrim sent an urgent message to the surface, to the Silverleaf elves of the Eternal Grove. Though ancient rivals, the elves possessed knowledge of magical artifacts that might counter the Lich King's power. Within days, a delegation arrived, led by the enigmatic Elendril Dawnweaver, her silver hair shimmering like starlight in the crystal-lit halls. "What your kind calls the First Forge," Elendril revealed in the secret council chamber, was built with the aid of our ancestors. Its power is bound to the Moonfire Crystal, an elven artifact lost in the Sundering Wars. Without it, the forge cannot be cleansed. The revelation sparked outrage among the Dwarven elders, but Dargrim saw the truth in her words. The runes carved around the forge bore a subtle elegance that spoke of elven craft. "Where is this crystal now?" he demanded. "Hidden in the Twilight Sanctum," Elendril answered, "beyond the Veil of Worlds. But retrieving it would require sealing all pathways between your realm and the surface. The crystal's power cannot coexist with the ancient roads that connect our peoples." The choice before Dargrim became clear: save his people from the Lich King's army, but condemn them to isolation, or preserve the trade routes that had brought prosperity to Khazad for generations. The weight of this decision pressed upon him, like the mountain itself. As the council debated, the Lich King's influence spread. More forges fell to his corruption, each producing ever more sophisticated constructs. The mechanical horrors began testing the city's defenses, their metallic footsteps echoing through the grand halls like a twisted heartbeat. Dargrim and Elendil embarked on a desperate journey to the Twilight Sanctum, traveling through forgotten passages and facing dangers that had not stirred since the Age of Shadows. Their unlikely partnership gradually transformed into mutual respect as they shared stories of their people's interconnected histories. In the Sanctum, they discovered the moonfire crystal suspended in a chamber of living light. But as Dargrim reached for it, King Morgoth's true form manifested a being of shadow and malice that had merely been using the Lich King's image. "The crystal is mine," it hissed, "the key to dominion over both surface and depths." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the Sanctum. Dargrim's masterwork hammer, enhanced by Elendil's spells, struck true against the shadow being. But victory came at a terrible cost. The crystal could only be removed if all gateways between realms were sealed immediately. With tears in his eyes, Dargrim made his choice. The crystal pulsed with power as ancient doorways began to close across the kingdom. Elendil spoke words of farewell in her melodic tongue as she faded from sight, returning to her realm one final time. Dargrim returned to the first forge alone, the moonfire crystal humming with power in his hands. As he placed it into the forge, its pure light burned away the corruption, sending waves of cleansing energy throughout Khazad. The Lich King's constructs crumbled to dust, and the ancient fires burned bright and true once more. Yet the victory was bittersweet. The great trading halls fell silent, the diplomatic chambers emptied, and the border gates sealed forever. Khazad would endure, but in isolation, cut off from the surface world it had grown to know over centuries. Years later, Master Smith Dargrim would often stand before the restored First Forge, its flames now flickering with both Dwarven red and Elven silver. In its light, he would remember Elendil's final words, "Though our paths may never cross again, our people's craft shall forever be entwined." And in the heart of the mountain, the forge continued to burn, a testament to sacrifice, honor, and the power of unlikely friendships in the face of darkness. In time, new legends would speak of Dargrim Mithril Hammer, who chose to save his people at the cost of their connection to the world above. And in the halls of Khazad, master smiths would teach their apprentices to look closely at the ancient runes, where Dwarven and Elven scripts intertwined, reminding them that even the deepest mountains were once bound to the light of distant stars. Story 7. The great halls of Moria fell silent as the alarm bells tolled through its carved corridors. The crown of the depths, the most sacred relic of the Dwarven kingdoms, had vanished from its resting place in the Heart Vault, bypassing centuries-old enchantments and mechanical traps, as if they were mere cobwebs. Helga Mountain Breaker stood before the empty pedestal, her ceremonial armor gleaming in the eternal crystal light of the vault. As captain of the Royal Guard, the shame of this theft fell squarely on her shoulders. The crown's absence left a void that seemed to pull at her very soul, for it was more than mere jewelry. It was the physical manifestation of the Dwarven king's divine right to rule. "Find it," King Thorin Stoneheart commanded, his voice echoing off the vault's adamantine walls. "Whatever the cost, whatever the distance, the crown must be returned before the Week of Kings." His words carried the weight of prophecy. Without the crown's presence during the sacred ceremony, the very foundations of Dwarven society might crumble. Helga's pursuit began in the deepest archives, where ancient maps showed forgotten passages beneath even the lowest mines. Her investigation revealed something troubling: a pattern of small thefts over the past year, each targeting seemingly worthless artifacts related to the Age of Titans. The trail led her to the Shadow Market, a notorious trading hub in the abandoned lower levels where exiled dwarves and other denizens of the deep conducted their business. There, a blind gem cutter named grimly whispered of a group called the Children of Stone Dwarven Zealots who believed that the crown was the key to awakening something ancient and terrible. They speak of Drukos the World Shepa, grimly muttered, his clouded eyes seeming to see through the darkness. The Titan who sleeps beneath the mountains, waiting to reshape the realm into what they believe it should be, following whispered rumors and hidden signs. Helga descended into the deep down, where even the bravest miners feared to venture. Here, crystalline formations cast strange shadows, and the very rocks seemed to pulse with ancient magic. She discovered hidden shrines decorated with spiral patterns that matched the crown's ancient engravings. The breakthrough came when she captured one of the zealots, a young dwarf named Korik, whose faith in the Children of Stone wavered under Helga's questioning. He revealed that the group believed the Week of Kings was actually a ritual that kept Drukos sleeping, and they intended to use the crown to break this ancient binding. Racing against time, Helga tracked the Children of Stone to their sanctuary in a massive cavern known as the Titan's Chamber. There, enormous stone fingers protruded from the walls and floor, the actual hand of a buried giant, preserved in the rock over millennia. The zealots had already begun their ritual, the stolen crown floating above an altar of black crystal. Their leader, revealed to be Lord Varric Ironheart, one of the king's own advisors, stood before it, chanting in a language that made the stones tremble. The crown doesn't maintain the binding, Helga shouted above the growing tremors. It is the binding. Understanding dawned as she recalled ancient texts describing how the first Dwarven kings had forged the crown from a shard of Drukos' own crystal heart, using the Titan's own power to keep it dormant. The chamber shook violently as Lord Varric completed his ritual. The crown's gemstones began to crack, releasing ancient power that flowed into the stone hand, causing it to twitch with awakening life. The zealots celebrated, not understanding that they had initiated not a rebirth, but an apocalypse. Helga fought her way through the fanatics, her legendary warhammer striking true against those she had once called friends. She reached the altar just as the crown shattered, its fragments scattering across the chamber floor. The Titan's hand clenched into a fist, and a deep rumble shook the entire mountain. In that moment of crisis, Helga remembered her grandmother's tales of how the crown had been forged in the first place. With desperate inspiration, she gathered the crown's fragments and threw them into a nearby lava flow, using her own blood and an ancient prayer to rebind the power within. The new crown that emerged was different, darker, marked with veins of red that pulsed like heartbeats. As Helga raised it, the Titan's hand relaxed and the tremors subsided. The zealots fell to their knees, not in devotion to their cause, but in awe of the power they had nearly unleashed. Returning to the upper halls, Helga presented both the reforged crown and Lord Varric to King Thorin. The Week of Kings ceremony proceeded as it had for generations, but now with a deeper understanding of its true purpose. The crown was restored to its place in the Heart Vault, its new appearance a constant reminder of how close they had come to catastrophe. In the years that followed, Helga's role changed from mere guard captain to keeper of the crown's truth, ensuring that the knowledge of what lay beneath their kingdom would never again be forgotten or misunderstood. The Children of Stone were not punished but reformed, their dedication turned to protecting the very binding they had once sought to break. Deep below, in the Titan's chamber, the massive stone hand remained as a monument to hubris and redemption. And on quiet nights, some said they could still feel Drukos dreaming, its slumber now secured not just by ancient magic, but by the wisdom and sacrifice of those who understood that some powers were meant to remain at rest. The crown in the Heart Vault continued to pulse with its red veins, a reminder that the greatest threats to any kingdom often come not from outside forces, but from misunderstood truths within its own walls. And Helga Mountain Breaker stood guard, watching over both the crown and its secrets, knowing that sometimes the most important victories are the ones that prevent disasters rather than confront them. Story 8. In the deepest reaches of the Iron Mountains, where ancient stone were witness to countless untold stories, young Balin Eagle Eye's torch illuminated what no dwarf had seen in 1,000 years. His skilled eyes, renowned for spotting the finest gem veins in the darkest caves, fell upon a door that shouldn't exist, its surface carved with runes that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering light. The chamber lay far below the lowest mines of Moria, in a section of tunnels marked as collapsed on every map. Yet here stood Balin, before an archway that pulsed with a faint blue luminescence. The runes spoke of kings and shadows, of a curse that bound the greatest rulers of Dwarven history in eternal twilight. Against every instinct honed by years of exploration, Balin pressed his hand against the ancient stone. The door recognized Dwarven blood, and with a sound like 1,000 whispered secrets, it opened to reveal a realm of perpetual dusk. Within, spectral figures moved through halls that mirrored the great chambers above, the trapped spirits of every king who had ever ruled the Dwarven realms. Among them walked King Durin the Deathless himself, his ethereal crown gleaming with remembered glory. The ancient king's eyes met Balin's, and in that moment, the young explorer understood his purpose. The seal weakens, Durin's voice echoed in his mind. Our prison keeps more than just kings, young one. The truth unfolded in terrifying clarity. The Shadow Realm wasn't merely a prison for the kings, it was a cage for something far worse. As Balin watched, cracks of darkness spread across the spectral ceiling, and through them seeped an ancient malevolence that made the very stones tremble. In the depths of the mountain, dragons that had slept since the First Age began to stir. The entity seeping through the cracks was Morgoth's last lieutenant, a being of shadow and flame that the kings had sacrificed their afterlives to contain. Now, with the seal failing, both the kings and the ancient evil would soon be free. Balin's search for a solution led him to the last Runfogger, Cardle the Exile, who lived in a forge-lit cave at the mountain's peak. The ancient dwarf's beard had turned white as snow, but his eyes burned with the same fire that powered his magical forge. The binding can be renewed, Cardle revealed, but it requires a sacrifice of what you hold most precious, not gold or gems, but the very thing that makes you who you are. For Balin, nothing was more precious than his legendary eyesight, the gift that had made him the greatest explorer of his generation. The ritual would require him to surrender it to the Shadow Realm, strengthening the seal with the power of his sacrificed talent. As dragons began to wake in the deep places of the world, Balin and Cardle worked frantically to prepare the ritual. They gathered rare materials, crystals from the highest peaks, water from underground springs that had never seen light, and iron from the heart of the mountain itself. The ritual chamber was prepared in the very room where Balin had first discovered the door. Kings gathered on the other side of the barrier, lending their spectral power to the ceremony. As Cardle began the ancient chants, Balin felt his famous eyesight begin to fade. But something went wrong. The ancient evil, now partially awakened, fought against the ritual. Dark tendrils of power lashed out, shattering Cardle's carefully arranged runes. In desperation, Balin did the unthinkable. He stepped through the doorway into the Shadow Realm itself. In that twilight dimension, Balin found himself standing among the kings of old. Together, they channeled their combined power into the ritual. Balin's sacrifice was multiplied by the strength of every royal soul, creating a new kind of seal, one born of freely given power rather than ancient curses. The price was higher than expected. Not only did Balin lose his famed eyesight, but he would have to remain in the Shadow Realm as its guardian, ensuring the seal would never weaken again. Yet in losing his physical eyes, he gained a new kind of vision. He could now see the threads of fate that bound all things together, and the deeper truths hidden within the mountain's heart. The dragons returned to their slumber, and the ancient evil was contained once more. The kings, though still bound to the Shadow Realm, now had a purpose beyond mere imprisonment. They became advisors to Balin, teaching him the deepest secrets of dwarven lore and magic. Years later, young dwarves would tell tales of Balin Shadowseer, who gave up the ability to see the physical world in exchange for the power to perceive its deeper truths. In the depths of the mountain, those who listened carefully might hear his voice, carried on the evening air, sharing wisdom with those wise enough to heed it. The door to the Shadow Realm remained, but now it was a place of power and knowledge rather than just a prison. And if travelers ventured deep enough into the mountain's heart, they might catch a glimpse of Balin walking among the ancient kings, his unseeing eyes somehow containing all the wisdom of the ages. The dragons still slumbered in their deep caves, the ancient evil remained bound by sacrifice and honor, and the mountain stood strong. And in the Shadow Realm, Balin Eagle-Eye, who had become Balin Shadowseer, kept his eternal watch, proving that true sight comes not from the eyes, but from the heart that dares to see beyond the visible world. Story 9. In the glittering halls of Moria's jeweler's quarter, master craftswoman Frigga Silverhand held a newly forged crystal to the eternal flames. The gem caught the light in impossible ways, reflecting not just fire, but what seemed to be captured starlight. Like her ancestors before her, Frigga had imbued the crystal with ancient dwarven magic, creating another masterpiece that would fetch a fortune in the markets above. Yet something troubled her. Lately, she had noticed an unsettling pattern in the returning merchants. Their eyes seemed dimmer, their steps heavier, as if bearing an invisible burden. It wasn't until she witnessed an elderly customer collapse, his prized magical amulet shattering on the stone floor, that she began to understand the terrible truth. Deep in her private workshop, Frigga discovered that the magic within their jewels wasn't simply drawn from the mountain's power, as she had been taught. Each gem was slowly draining the life force of its wearer, feeding an ancient seal deep beneath the city. Following traces of the energy flow, she descended through abandoned mines until she reached a vast circular chamber that pulsed with collected life force. The seal covered the entire chamber floor, an intricate pattern of runes and crystalline formations that held something ancient at bay. As she studied the patterns, shadows began seeping through cracks in the seal, taking forms that haunted her dreams for days afterward. An ancient guardian, half stone and half spirit, emerged from the walls. The hunger below must be fed, it intoned, its voice like grinding stone. Your ancestors understood the price of prosperity. Each gem, each enchanted trinket, helps maintain the seal that prevents the ancient dark from rising. Would you doom your people for the sake of a few shortened lives? The moral weight of this knowledge crushed Frigga like a mountain. The gems were the cornerstone of their economy. Without them, the clan would lose its position of power and influence. Yet every piece of jewelry they sold was slowly killing its wearer, making them unwitting sacrifices to keep an ancient evil contained. When she presented her findings to the Council of Masters, she was met with hostile silence. The arrangement has served us for 1,000 years, declared Elder Thorgrim Stoneheart. Better a few shortened lives than the destruction of all we hold dear. They commanded her to continue her work and keep the truth hidden. But Frigga couldn't forget the faces of those who had unknowingly given their life force to the seal. In ancient texts, she discovered references to a different kind of magic, one that drew power from the very essence of craft and creation, rather than life itself. The ruins of an ancient forged temple, forgotten by all but the oldest records, might hold the key. The journey to the temple nearly claimed her life. Shadow creatures, leaking through the weakening seal, haunted her steps. In the deepest reaches of the mountain, she found the temple a magnificent chamber where the walls themselves were forged metal, covered in runes that seemed to sing with power. Here, she discovered the truth about dwarven magic. Their ancestors hadn't always relied on life force. They had once channeled the creative energy of crafting itself. The switch to using life force had been a desperate measure during a forgotten crisis, but what was meant to be temporary had become permanent through generations of fear and tradition. Armed with this knowledge, Frigga began secretly teaching a new way of enchanting gems. Instead of drawing power from the wearer's life force, these new jewels were infused with the pure creative energy spent in their making. Each piece required more time and effort, but the results were untainted by sacrifice. The shadow creatures grew bolder as the old seal weakened without its steady supply of life force. Frigga worked tirelessly to create a new kind of seal, one powered by the creative energy of an entire civilization of craftspeople. But time was running out, and the Council of Masters, realizing what she had done, branded her a traitor. In the final battle, as darkness poured from beneath the crumbling seal, Frigga stood in the Forge Temple with a network of pure crystals arranged around her. As shadow creatures clashed with city guards in the chambers above, she began the greatest work of her life, a ritual that would transform the very nature of Dwarven magic. The temple's ancient forge roared to life, powered by centuries of accumulated creative energy. Frigga channeled this power through her own body, using her renowned silver hand as a focus. The pain was excruciating, but she maintained the flow of energy, redirecting it into a new kind of seal, one that drew power from the act of creation itself. As the new seal took hold, the shadow creatures dissolved, and the ancient dark retreated. The price was high. Frigga's famous silver hand had been transformed into actual silver, a permanent reminder of the sacrifice needed to change their people's path. But the gems of Moria would no longer drain life from their wearers. In the years that followed, the dwarves had to rebuild their economy around fewer but more meaningful magical creations. Each piece now told a story, not of hidden sacrifice, but of the power of creative spirit. Frigga established a new school of magical crafting, teaching future generations to draw power from the joy of creation, rather than the hidden cost of life force. And in the deep chamber where the old seal had been, a new pattern glowed with pure and tainted light. The ancient dark remained bound, not by unwitting sacrifice, but by the collected creative energy of an entire civilization. Frigga's silver hand became a symbol of this new way, reflecting not just light, but the spark of creation itself, reminding all who saw it that the greatest magic comes not from what we take, but from what we make. Story 10. Deep beneath the lonely mountain, where ancient forges burned eternal, and the halls echoed with the songs of countless generations, Master Blacksmith Grudna Bronzebeard stood before her anvil, her heart heavy with a secret that could either save or doom her people. The flickering light of the forge cast dancing shadows across the intricate runes etched into the chamber's walls, each telling tales of dwarven glory long past. Grudna's weathered hands traced the outline of a weapon unlike any other, the World-Heart Hammer, its head forged from metals found only in the deepest reaches of the earth, its handle wrapped in dragon leather and inscribed with runes so ancient few could still read them. She had crafted it in secret over 7 years, guided by dreams and fragments of forbidden lore. This was no ordinary weapon, but the key to awakening the Stone Titan, a being of such immense power that its very existence had been struck from most historical records. The ground trembled, and distant screams echoed through the mountain's corridors. The cave troll invasion that had threatened their borders for months had finally breached the outer defenses. King Thorin's Stonecrown's voice boomed through the speaking tubes that connected the royal chambers to the forges, all able warriors to the eastern gates. They come in numbers never before seen. Grudna's apprentice, young Gimli Quicksteel, burst into the forge chamber, his beard barely reaching his chest, eyes wide with terror. Master Grudna, the trolls, they have war machines. They're breaking through the reinforced gates as if they were made of wood. The master blacksmith's fingers tightened around the World-Heart Hammer. The weapon seemed to pulse in response, as if sensing the mounting tension. She had sworn an oath never to reveal its existence, understanding the devastating power it could unleash. The last records of the Stone Titan spoke of a guardian so powerful it had carved the dwarven kingdoms from the living rock itself. but also of destruction beyond measure when its power was misused. As the sounds of battle grew closer, Grudna made her decision. "Gimli, there is something you must know." She revealed the hammer's true purpose and the legend of the Titan. The young dwarf's eyes grew wider still as she spoke of an ancient chamber deep below their feet, where the Titan slumbered, waiting for the call of the World-Heart Hammer. Together, they descended through forgotten passages, even as the kingdom shook with the assault above. The air grew thicker, charged with ancient magic that made their beards crackle with static electricity. They finally reached a vast circular chamber, its walls covered in crystalline formations that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. In the center stood a colossal figure, twice the height of the tallest troll, its form seemingly carved from the living mountain itself. But as Grudna approached with the hammer, her keen craftsman's eye noticed something odd about the Titan's pose. It wasn't the stance of a weapon waiting to be unleashed, but rather of a guardian keeping something at bay. A booming voice echoed through their minds. "Who dares disturb my vigil?" The crystals pulsed brighter, and the Titan's head turned slightly, stone grinding against stone. Grudna stepped forward, holding up the World-Heart Hammer. "Great Guardian, our kingdom faces destruction. We need your power." The Titan's voice resonated again, tinged with what might have been sorrow. "The hammer you hold was not forged to wake me, but to take my place. I stand guard over the void breach, an ancient evil that would consume your kingdom and all others. The corrupt king who imprisoned me here did so not out of malice, but necessity, for only a being of living stone could maintain this eternal watch." Understanding dawned on Grudna's face. The ancient texts hadn't been about imprisonment, but sacrifice. The Titan had volunteered to stand guard for eternity, and the hammer was meant to create a replacement when needed. Above, the sounds of battle grew desperate. Grudna looked at the hammer in her hands, then at Gimli's young face, and finally at the ancient guardian. She squared her shoulders, hefting the World-Heart Hammer. "Then I shall take your place, guardian. But first, will you help us save our people?" The chamber filled with a sound like an avalanche, the Titan's laughter. "Your heart proves worthy, Grudna Bronzebeard. I will aid your people, but know that when the battle is won, a choice must be made. Someone must maintain the vigil." What followed was a battle that would be sung about for generations. The Titan emerged from the depths like a mountain come to life, scattering the troll army before it. Grudna and Gimli fought alongside their people, the World-Heart Hammer blazing with power in Grudna's hands. When the dust settled and the last trolls fled back into the dark, Grudna returned to the ancient chamber, ready to fulfill her promise. But Gimli stepped forward, taking the hammer from her hands. "You have taught me everything I know about crafting, Master Grudna," he said, his young voice firm with conviction. "Now, let me show you what I've learned about duty and sacrifice." Before she could protest, Gimli struck the chamber floor with the hammer. Light exploded through the crystals, enveloping him. When it faded, a new guardian stood in the Titan's place, smaller but no less magnificent, his form now living stone shot through with veins of steel. The old Titan, freed at last, bowed to them both. The vigil passes to a new guardian. The kingdom is well served by such courage in its young. It turned to Grudna. "Return to your forges, Master Smith. Create not weapons of war, but tools to build and strengthen. The true power of your people lies not in ancient secrets, but in the hearts of those willing to sacrifice for others." Grudna ascended alone to her forge, where she hung the World-Heart Hammer in a place of honor. In the years that followed, she trained many apprentices, teaching them not just the art of metalwork, but the true meaning of duty and sacrifice. Deep below, Gimli Quick Steel kept his eternal watch, his sacrifice ensuring the safety of not just the Dwarven kingdom, but all the lands above. And if visitors to the great forges listened carefully, they might hear, mixed with the ring of hammers and the roar of flames, the distant sound of stone singing the new guardian's voice. reminding them that true strength lies not in the weapons we forge, but in the choices we make and the sacrifices we accept for those we love.